Hello guys, I don't know exactly what is happening, but I have some technical issue in contacting Streamlabs and Discord as well. So like if there is a DNS issue or something like that, and basically at the moment I cannot access Discord and I cannot access Streamlabs history, which is not a big problem because I managed to have it run anyway. But for example, I cannot post, I cannot post the link in the usual places. I don't know what is going on, boys. I don't know. But I think I'm live. I mean, I'm sure I'm live, but Streamlabs is just not working. I managed to have it working and actually stream the signal, stream the video by starting it with the cable off. So I removed the cable from the PC and I started it like in offline mode. And I put back the cable and I started streaming, and it actually worked, but there is something definitely broken here. Hello, Hula. There is something definitely broken. Well, apart from that, but that I think I can fix. Wait. Apart from that, that I can fix, I guess. Yes. Hello. You see this checking for updates? It's going on since like 15 minutes. It did some update. It did 2 updates, and then it went again into this mode, checking for updates. So probably what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna kill it and try to launch it again. But at least I'm live. At least I managed to go live. Let's see if he's still complaining. Checking for updates. Okay. It's a bit, I don't know, the Streamlabs site for me was not working. Streamlabs.com was not answering. And I think it's still not answering for me. I don't know, is it working for you? For me, it's not working. So basically, I cannot get up, or it's super slow. Now it's loading something. Is streamlabs.com. You see, it's never coming up. While I guess any other website like Google is working okay, or I don't know, YouTube Gaming is working okay. Any other site is working, but Streamlabs is not. Unfortunately, Streamlabs has connections a bit everywhere, you know. It's connected definitely to Discord, because Discord is checking if Streamlabs is up, to check if you are streaming and things like that. So there are some interconnections, you know, and if their main website is down, definitely is a problem. But Streamlabs is super dead. It's super dead. GG, GG. Update 1 of 2. Okay, maybe we can get some updates of Discord at least, and we will see. Okay, but so if you remember, yesterday we did a poll, and there is the history of the poll. That is the last whatever. I know the history obviously has got deleted because I had to restart my PC, but these are the results of the poll. Okay, and basically we have 13 votes. We have 52 people that
Everything will be fine. Don't worry.
You see their own page? I don't see it. I don't know, maybe it's something with my DNS or whatever. But at least I can be live, which is nice, with a little trick. With a little trick. But as you can see, we don't have, for example, the follow thingy. But okay, it's fine. It's fine. We are missing I think we are missing the alert. So if anyone joins now, subscribes, or does anything, we will not see it because the Streamlabs is down. At least it's down for me. Okay, but this was the question, right, that we had yesterday, and the questions were. What should be the next development that we do for the PlaneShift Unreal, and choose one. And these were the options, right? So one related to the UI, one to the game assistant, which is called the Golden Man in PS Legacy. One was about a journal, codex, compendium, active magic window, a talent system, ability system in game, redesign the achievement system, creating a website for voiceovers, porting the pets, and porting the tribes, and fishing. So these are the results. Okay, so 52 people voted, and the most voted is the design enable the talent system in the game, right? Which is basically having, you know, every skill having a number of kind of milestones along the progression. Each one can enable a new ability or talent for the player. So I don't know, you get, I don't know, level 30 at rank 30, a specific ability or talent, right? So this is the idea, and this one is the one that has been voted the most, and so that is the one that I'm gonna work on. You see, insta delivery, pretty good. And the next one was the active magic window, which actually is missing at the moment, and we will have to do. And the third one was the journal codex compendium. So these three, I think, are the ones that are most important at the moment. And then the pets, the hint gamer system, And the last one about voiceovers has not been voted by anyone. So actually, because this one is not really an in-game feature, is more of a supporting tool for us developers to collect voiceovers from players. So it's a bit of a different thing. By the way, Streamlabs for me is still loading, as you can see. So this web page is never coming up, but it's okay. Did Discord start? No, Discord is downloading updates apparently, and probably Danny will not download anything, but it did it already. So I cannot post the link to can you post on Discord this exactly this thing? Can you copy paste the wall line and paste it under general? One of you, not all of you, otherwise we will have a spam of 1 million links, but some one of you, I don't know, Marcellum, if you can do it, just copy that and paste it into general so that we have so the people that will join, usually people are waiting, to see that post from me, but I cannot connect to Discord, so I cannot do it. Okay, yeah, so this is the poll and this is the news, and this is what we are gonna work on. Now, we need a plan and we need a mission, because this one will not be that easy, okay? So we need a plan for this. We need to create a plan and we need to understand how to do it. In particular, if we go in my PS local, we will create a new mission. We go in JPEG normally, right? What the fuck is this? JavaScript error occurring in main process, simple URL. You see, it's not the Discord updater seems also cannot connect to some website. So there is a problem with the, I think it's a DNS issue for what I can see. So this one we will call it Unreal Mission. Should we call them abilities or should we call them talents? It is something that I'm very abilities or talents. I think we will call them abilities, okay, or special abilities. Special abilities? I don't know. I think abilities can be fine. So you can open the two Discord, the application and the web page on your browser. Okay, and it works. For me, it doesn't. For me, definitely, it doesn't work. For me, I don't know. There is something, you see, there are some websites, I think it's a DNS problem. There are some websites which are super slow for me. And in this case, this too. I don't know if it's a kind of a new virus, which is not allowing you to go live, but a new virus anti-streamer, so that you cannot stream. I don't know why these two websites only, Maybe they are relying on the same backbone or on some other website which is down, but I don't know. But let's proceed. Let's proceed with our stuff, okay? So special abilities. What we need to do for special abilities? There is a lot of stuff to do. First, the good news, okay? The good news is that we already have something like that in game, okay? So today we have something that is called special attacks, which is something that I did not develop myself, but was developed through the Google Summer of Code of 2011, I think it was. which was the year in which PlaneShift participated to the official Google Summer of Code. And so we got the funding from Google to develop the game, and we got developers, which were young guys just out of university. Let me see if I can find Google Summer of Code 2011 Atomic Blue. Maybe I will find my own page, but yeah, I will find my own page, I guess. Yeah, so I found a page on our website, but this is basically, you know, the when we participated to that, and we moved, yeah, we went into we did it on the wiki, and so again we got developers, and you see, these are all this was on Google. These were all the organizations that participated in that year, and we got funding and whatever, right? It was not a very big funding, it was just a few €100, but anyway, I mean, it was nice. Also, we got the chance to travel to California for the Mentor Summit. That was probably the coolest thing, because we got the travel paid for 2 people. So it was me and another developer, another engine developer that traveled there to California, and they were paying the thing. But why I'm telling you this, because during this event, I mean during this summer, we got one developer that was working on combat enhancement, and as part of combat enhancement we had special attacks. Okay, so special attacks and yeah, special attacks, which I think are kind of here. Yes. And also we implemented an attack queuing system and such. Now, this system can be used for our special abilities, because some of the special abilities are actually attacks, right? And so the first thing we need to do is to review the combat enhancements. Is it written on that? The combat enhancement. Yeah, it's probably like that. Enhancement that we did for special attacks. Okay, and this one actually has, the problem is that I cannot freaking open Discord, but I have a screenshot in Discord of that. But anyway, there is a UI dedicated to special attacks, right? And so this is the first thing we need to do. Hello, Maui. Good evening. By the way, did you manage to post the? Yes, I see it. Hula posted it. Okay, nice. Thank you, Hula. I see the post on my mobile, because my mobile somehow connects to it, even if very, very slow, but it connects to it. Now we need to review the combat enhancement for special attacks. In particular, we need to review the database tables, so some of the code and some of the database tables, right? So these are 2 pieces of this. Then we need to think which kind of abilities, so we need to design the types of abilities we are expecting to have. Here the keyword is kind of types. Okay, so which types we want. So is attacks, is similar to spells, whatever it is. So we need to design that. Then we need to, adapt. So we need to understand how this is integrating with the rest. Okay, So define how this is going to be integrated with the rest of the UI, mainly with the rest of the UI, because you know, for example, is it something that can go into the shortcut bar? And I think it should, right? So I mean the quick bar, let's call it the quick bar, right? So something that should go into the quick bar. Then we should check the prerequisites and everything else that is already in place, because there is a lot of stuff that is already in place. I just need to discover it again and then work on it. And then we need to link the abilities to the skills, okay? And I think that this one, probably we kind of have it already. Is the database up? No. Let me start the database and by the way, it's a good thing that I managed to start Streamlabs with offline mode and then enable it again, because at least we managed to have it running. Okay, this guy is still downloading updates, but I think he's doing nothing. I think he's saying downloading updates, but in reality he's not doing anything. Okay, so here is the database. As you can see, we already have some attack types. We have some attack types. We have some attacks, which are this thing, which are kind of abilities, right? So for example, shield slam, right? Shield slam can be an ability, or power attack, right? Or whirlwind strike, exactly. So these are already, there is already stuff that we can do in game. Let me maybe start the old client and I can show you the thing. By the way, this PS local can go. So in the old client, we have something like that already working. The problem is that it's a bit obscure for the players, right? So we need to make it better, because at the moment the old system is very hard to find out, and again it's not linked to the skills, so the people cannot really find, right? So we basically have a window. If I do window attacks show, right, there is this window, right? This is the one that I wanted to take a screenshot of, by the way. No, I wanted to put it here. So we have this window, which is basically a window where you can select a certain. By the way, we also have the icons, which is very nice. So we can select one attack and queue it. So put it in the queue of the attacks, right? Yeah, I need to have a target selected. So in theory, if I don't have a target selected, it is not gonna work. So let me try to go here, and I'm so used to the Unreal Engine movement that now when I try to do this, it's basically impossible. But you see that the queue attack is putting it here in my queue, in my attack queue, right? And it's then executing it immediately, right? So I can queue it, right? And I can go here and queue this one. So I queued like 3 or 4 different ones. And okay, this thing is dying continuously. I guess Discord doesn't want to update. Okay. And so basically we are executing these events at a certain speed, you know. I don't know exactly what is the speed, but anyway, we are executing the queue of attacks. Because this was how the old client was working. So basically you can engage in combat and your character starts to attack, and then you can select special abilities. One of the issue of these special abilities is that they are, first of all, in this window, which I don't know exactly how people can reach it, because if you click on any of those, you don't get it. So I think that the only way for players is really to say window attack show, which is very bad. And also, unfortunately, this list is depending on, I just had David and Wind explain it to me because I was not remembering all of this. But basically, it depends on your items. So for example, these three are showing up because I have a claymore in my hand, right? But if I switch weapon, and maybe I put, let me try to put like I don't know, a longsword or something, or a battle axe. Maybe I don't know if battle axes have this kind of thing. Let me try to invoke it again. No, you see that, for example, the battle axe is nothing, right? So let me see with the longsword if something is changing. No. Probably because with this, but for sure we have it with the shield, right? I think that with the shield we should have let me see if I have a shield available somewhere. If not, I will just item buckler, this one, a bronze buckler, for example, I have. Okay, so let me see if I have any, but I think I need to have a certain value on shield handling. So I think there is a bit of a, but let me try, for example, the shield push. Okay, so the shield push, yes, you need to have a minimum of shield handling equal to 100. Okay, so let me try to set skill me shield handling 200, let's say, or let's say 400, so at least if there is anything else. So now if I call this window again, no, still is not working. I don't know why. This one is not considered the shield for whatever reason. Why? You see the... this is strange though. Because now I have shield handling. Let me see if this shield handling, shield push, attack type 7, attack type 7. So attack type 7 is shield mastery, where weapon type is 11. And weapon type 11 is actually shield. So in theory it should work, but for some reason is not. I don't know if he's requiring you to have only the shield or whatever, or it requires you to have the shield on your right hand. It requires you to have the shield in your right hand. That's pretty bad, by the way. So you cannot have the shield on your left hand. So you see there are a lot of a lot of hidden rules, you know, that will make this. Maybe some of you are playing plane shifts in such a long time and don't even know that this thing exists, right? But it does. It does, and I don't know how many of you actually have used it. But there is the system, you know, that we would like to. There is a system that we would like to use, or anyway expand up to the point that is actually usable, right? Also for our ability system, right? This one is better because it has the description and everything. So this is going through a series of tables. Let me just see if in the this page is still not loading up, huh? And the Discord is still GG, huh? Okay. Fine. So this is what we want to do. So we want to understand how this system works, and we want to understand. So here is some documentation that was created at that time, right? Fields in attack database, right? I think this one is the table attacks, I assume. Let me see. So we have ID, name, image name, attack animation, attack description, damage. It's a bit different because like here there is attack type and here there is damage in addition. Damage, attack type, range. Here there is a delay that has been added. Range, radius, angle, outcome, requirement, and also power. Power was here, which I think it was renamed to damage or something, right? It was renamed to damage. So the table has been changed later on, I would say. Let me just edit this. Now, do we want to edit it or do we want to? I don't know if I want to edit it here because actually this is something that was done a long time ago and maybe is not. Let me just see the sequence. Attack someone, get weapon information, PS attack, check requirement, calculate the power of the range attack. Set combat mode, queue the attack event, handle combat, effect, and here is the attack queuing system, PS attack. So here it goes through, okay. Here it goes through PS attack Q, PS attack range, melee, spell, in default, and PS combat attack event. Yeah, because this was designed, you know, to happen in. But you know, I don't think we want this anymore. I mean, we can leave it for the normal attacks, but I don't think we want any of this for the special abilities. The point is that the system needs to work also for NPC. So in the same way working for player is working also for NPC, and NPC definitely have a kind of a queue, right? So yeah, Should we document it again? There are a few things I don't like of this. The first one is that these things are called attacks. While they should be named abilities, right? And everything is related to attacks. So like, for example, there is damage, right? But doesn't mean that is always, you know, coming out as damage. There can be some abilities which are completely different from this. Hello, Rwanda. Hello, Mike. YouTube doesn't work. I don't know. I think I'm having some issue with I'm having some issues with some websites, but no, it seems that is. I mean, at least for me, it's working. I see it. I see it, but I'm having some problems with some website, like Streamlabs, for example, is not loading for me, or is loading super slow. Like now it loaded, but it took like 1 hour, and Discord also is not working for me. It's continuously downloading updates, but at the end is not doing anything. So it's saying downloading updates, but then it's not working. Okay, so I don't know. I'm having some trouble. 404 not found. Really? I mean, I don't know. The link is this one. For me, it works. It's this page. Maybe you type it wrong. I don't know. Yes, the shortcut. Yeah, it should be going into the shortcut bar in the same way that that spells go into the shortcut bar. So you can drag and drop this right into something, and we have that already for the spells in PS Unreal, and I think we can do the same also for these attacks. My only issue is that this attack window is a problem. Or we make two. Or we make two. Or we make two because. Okay, let's speak a bit about the abilities. Okay, so the abilities, which here we call talents, but I think is fine. No, sorry, there is another thing. It's my plane shift RPG tabletop thing. We have. Let me just see if this one is restricted or not. Restricted. Only people added can open this link. Okay, nice. Good job. So I can post the link because anyway it's restricted. So even if you see the link, you will not be able to edit it or see it. So the first thing is if we need to call it talent or ability, but these are some ideas, okay, that I typed. Some ideas that I typed in, right? So the one for the weapons, right? The one for the weapons, for example, we can have. For all the weapons, we can have a kind of a balance ability, okay? The balance ability will basically allow you to focus on attack instead of defense and vice versa. There's an ability which moves attack to defense point or defense to attack, so or vice versa. It can be scaled in 2 or 3 increasing ones like balance 1, balance 2, balance 3. Okay, so this one could be a kind of an easy one to do for us because it's basically only connecting a script to right, so it will act pretty much like a spell. Okay, so it's similar to a spell, so it's something that you use and it lasts a certain amount of time, or maybe can be toggle. I don't know if it can be toggle or not, but another one can be, is a bit Dota Phantom Assassin, sorry for that, but Coup de Grace, which is you know, mainly with the sword, so you can target an enemy, deal 1 attack, and kill him basically if his total health is below X%. So we can decide, for example, that if the health is below 10% of the total, no matter how much damage you do, you are kind of executing the guy, you know, finishing the guy. So it's like a fatality of Mortal Kombat. Or a special attack. So there could be another idea, right? Another one could be to allow you to use 2 weapons at the same time in that particular category. So like if you want to use 2 axes or you want to use 2 knives, I mean, it's not that easy to use 2 weapons at the same time, right? So it can be an ability that you gain at a certain rank. And we can prevent it if you don't have the skill. Okay, so we can prevent it in the equip, in the equip code. Another idea is to have just power hits. Power hits is just you know, increasing damage, increasing chance of attack, or something like that. Another one could be prepare attack and strike twice. I think this can be exploitable with movement, like that you are going into a specific location, preparing, and then attacking the monster, then going back to another location where it cannot reach you, preparing and attacking the monster. So this can be a bit exploitable, and I think maybe it's not a good design unless we have a very strong movement capability in the engine. I was not able to find a command to execute them as a shortcut only from the books. Yeah. It was you know, it was a system that we developed, but we never actually finished because we never had the time. Remember that we are doing this in our spare time, so that's one of the problems. And consider we don't have stances anymore. Okay, so this will be something similar to the stances, but will not be permanent. It will be something that you can trigger on and off, right? Yes. And this made me think anyway that we need to have a duration and a cooldown of the specific ability. Okay, so we need to have yes, a duration and a cooldown. I don't know if now these attacks have any concept of cooldown, but I think we should. So like, you cannot spam, you know, you cannot spam continuously the ability, but it's something that we also need to think about. Okay, other ideas were, for example, to disarm the enemy, right? This can be pretty tricky to do on NPC because at the moment we don't have an equip. I mean, they are not aware of being disarmed, right? They don't realize, they don't know if they have a weapon or not, so they just attack with whatever we give them, right? So the combat stances are not getting replaced directly, but is maybe replaced by the balance idea. Okay. You cannot spam in classic because there is the physical stamina cost. Okay, yeah, that's one way. That's one way. That's one way. So to do it with the stamina cost, so that you cannot do it more than X or whatever. Yeah, okay. It makes sense. That's a possibility. Okay, so this is just for weapons, right? But abilities, in theory, should work for everything. Ability or talents, right? Should work for everything. So it can work also for alchemy, for herbal, for whatever. So there will be certain abilities which are triggering, I mean, certain talents, let's say, they are triggering specific new actions that you can do, right? For example, again, these are just ideas, okay? But for example, maybe you can create potion that can be thrown at the opponents, and if you don't have, you know, this ability, you cannot actually make or throw the potion in the proper way, which is kind of fun because actually role-playing wise you can throw whatever you want, right? So I don't know, I think on this one, for example, we have a bit of an RP problem, right, in explaining why. Because I mean, if I have the potion in my hand, why I cannot throw it, right? So that maybe is not the best, but the creation could be, but the creation is linked then to alchemy, which is a crafting, and so we need to find, I don't know, is a bit tricky for these ones. For herbalism, for example, could be to identify plants, right? Or to identify plants mean that you can maybe identify the properties, or you can, seeing a plant, knowing what it can be used for, something like that. Mining, for example, can give you an ability for scouting and finding mines in a certain range around you, so good places to mine, right? Which can be like testing the ground, something like that, right? So you are able to test the ground, or to spot certain veins in the rocks, or to spot certain locations, and so you can detect the possible materials, and so you could have a percentage, you know, of understanding where is the epicenter of the mine, which usually is where you get the best materials, and which kind of materials that mine is providing you, right? So that could be an ability, for example. For blacksmith, I was thinking to engraving, or adding gems, or visual effects, meaning, I don't know, the flaming sword or whatever, or the ice armor, or the whatever, right? So that you are able basically to put gems or other. Wow, Discord! I think Discord started. Wow. Something like that, right? So that you have. But this is what we need to figure out. Okay, so these are just examples. These are just ideas, but we need to figure out what are the types, right? Which goes back to our plan, which is this one. Design the types. I think the complexity here is to understand the potential. Let me close this one because anyway I don't need it anymore. The potential types that we may need, so that we can have a good understanding of the boundaries of our system, right? The boundaries of our system. So we need to find out all the possibilities. Other idea, well, for the ways, I don't think we need anything special, right? Because the ways, I think they already give you access to specific realms of magic, and I think that it is just already the way it is. So I think it can just be. But maybe we can have some other talents, some additional talents connected, right? Armor that won't let multiple NPC bypass all damage reduction when you lose target after killing one of them. What? I don't understand what you mean. Bypass all damage reduction when you lose target after killing one of them. I don't understand what you mean. Then there are also the one related to stats, okay? So stats are, maybe we can color code some of this. So stats I think should also have some abilities. Should also have some abilities connected, right? For example, agility at a certain rank could give you the ability to double jump, right? Just an idea. Now, double jump is a bit of a weird mechanic, but we may decide to put it in. Or to quickly blink at the location that you target, right? So, I mean, it will not really be a full blink like a teleport, but it just means that you will move so fast in a location that you can, you can go there. Again, these are just examples, but I mean, double jump can just be a longer jump, right? Longer or higher jump, right? So that you gain the ability to jump differently. With Meteor, which I think disrupt combat stance. Endurance can be absorbing extra damage. Intelligence maybe can be detecting stuff. I don't know if it can be detecting secret passages or can be detecting... For example, one thing that could be interesting is to detect the strength of a monster, right? I think that today, if I look at a monster... you already have this description, right? Which is, but it's not very easy to, it is another thing that is a bit hidden, right? But if you look at the monster, you have at the end this phrase, you judge that Forest Arangma wouldn't require any effort to defeat, right? Which is basically comparing your strength to his strength. And I mean, strength, not these stats, I mean overall strength, overall power, right? And is giving you an indication if this monster is easy to kill or not, right? So okay, I understand what you mean, Mike. Yes, but now combat is completely different, so that problem is not doesn't exist anymore in PS Unreal, because the combat is completely different. So targeting is not a thing anymore, and so it's very different. Yeah, so this one, I just don't know where to put it, right? I don't know if it should be under intelligence, or maybe it should be under will, right? But it could be, detect overall threat of a monster today in description in the last line. In the last line of the description. In PS Legacy is the last line of the description. For example, this one would be nice to have it as a talent, right? Will be nice to have it as an ability. So something that maybe at the beginning you don't have because you are completely unexperienced, and so you don't. You see a monster until unless you are able to fight him, you have no idea. While maybe with this ability, after you are skilled enough, you know, you are smart enough, or you are wise enough, you can detect this, and it can be, again, the last line of the description. I think it should be an ability, so it should be an active ability. It should not just be something in the description, but it should be something that you cannot cast on the NPC, you know? So it's something like, wow, my Discord started now after like 20 minutes. But I think that now is actually kind of working. But I think it's still struggling because I see that it's not displaying text or anything. So yeah, I think it's still having trouble. He's still having trouble to connect to Discord and Streamlabs. But who cares? If we can continue, is nice. What do you mean by part 1, 2, 3, and 4? So this could be another idea, right? This could be another idea to detect the overall. So for sure we need to, the hardest, I think this one will be the hardest, right? Will be the hardest to figure out. It will be the hardest to figure out because this one have a lot of overlap with everything else, right? So they have overlap with combat, they have overlap with spells, they have overlap with the general character progression and such, right? So then there are some easy ones, you know, like painting. You know, you can have, I don't know, 3, 4 types of painting can be very easy to do in terms of, I mean, in terms of designing the talents, right? And is, you know, something like you can paint a small canvas, a large canvas. You can paint with 10 colors, 1000 colors, you know. So I think this will be fairly easy to do. So basically restricting the type of painting that you can do, or maybe you will have different tools, you know. So you have like a simple tool where you can paint just with a hard line, you know, and then a tool where you can paint with anti-aliasing, right? So that is more of a smooth thing. So we can, I think on this one we can think about. You feel that making monster strength and ability cross the line in some of realism versus fun and playability? I don't know. Yeah, but when you see a monster, you really don't know if it. I mean, you can still evaluate it by looking at him, right? Like if he's 3 times bigger than you, and he has 2 claws that are larger than your chest, maybe you should not engage, you know. So I mean, there is still common sense, you know, behind the visuals, right? So you can understand just visually if that monster is strong or not. Another thing is to have enough knowledge of that monster to know his abilities, you know, to know which kind of spells he can use, or to know his agility, strength, and whatever. And so being able to evaluate at a glance, you know, if he's stronger than you or not. So it's like monster lore, you know. It's like a monster lore. So like if you are learning about them up to the point that that you know how to recognize them. But anyway, these are examples. So it doesn't mean that we need to do exactly these ones. These are just ideas to try to understand for each category, you know, what we can have. Doesn't mean that they are final or that we will do exactly these ones. It's just to understand a bit of the boundaries of where we want to go with the talents and the abilities, so that I can then design a system which is taking into account all the possibilities, right? Which is the complexity. For example, you can detect, I don't know, you can detect the type of attacks they do, or you can detect their vulnerabilities, for example. I don't know. You can detect so maybe you can detect if they are more or less resistant to a specific element, you know, like fire, or if you are, or if they are more or less resistant to a spell, right? To a specific magic way. Or maybe you can detect their vision, their vision range, right? So maybe you can see where they see. So you can detect their vision range if it's 90 degrees in front of them, if it's 180, if it's all around, I don't know. Or you can detect the range of their hearing. For example, something that will be nice, very nice to have, will be to have your monster, you know. It would be nice to have your monster here, and it'd be nice to have your monster here, and have like a view, you know, like a small 3D representation of where it can look, so you can maybe sneak around him and he will not detect you. And in the same way, maybe you can have an indication of his hearing capabilities, right? So maybe you will see, okay, now maybe this is not a round circle, but you can see that he's able to listen in a certain area, right? So that, I don't know, we can think about it, but these are all things that I think can make the game more interesting, because the more options you have, you know, and the more information you have to put together to decide how to approach a problem, the more interesting it is, right? If you have only one way, which is going there and click on attack, is not very interesting, right? Which is pretty much what we do today. Well, then you have spells and you have some more stuff in the game, I know, but you know, the amount of information that you get is not much. And also I think it would be nice if it's like a visual representation. The problem of the visual representation is that it can break a bit the immersion. That's kind of a problem, but we need to think about it, right? But this could be some ideas, right? To see their vision range, their hearing range, their vulnerability, how much a monster is dangerous. Again, painting can be, I don't know, the type of tools you can use to paint, you know, from hardline pencil to brush with anti-aliasing, multiple colors or whatever, you know. So that could be like a, I don't know if that will be good or bad, but just giving some ideas, you know. And by the way, these ones are not implemented today. Where you see the no, these ones are not implemented in game, right? So basically, painting is not affecting the way you can draw maps today. So I think we need to focus on this no very well, because if they are not implemented, probably I'm not going to implement them anytime soon. But let me read them a second. Masonry, painting, glass blowing, drawing, tool making, repairing tools. Masonry is only building masonry is only walls. Huh? But I mean, a generic builder, I mean, someone that is building houses is called a mason, or there is a mason and then there is other people. Because what I was thinking is that maybe in the future we will have the ability to build, right? To build structures. I think this one should be renamed to whatever in English translates to building structures. Any structure. Can be wood, can be metal, can be whatever, can be doors, windows, walls, roofs, you know. So a generic builder. I think we can have do we have making traps? No, we have setting traps, but this is also has never been implemented. We can also make some of this, you know, part of the other skills. So for example, you know, you have the typical ones. These are really D&D, Dungeons and Dragons related, right? So backstab, find traps, hide in shadows. So these are the typical D&D and pickpocketing. And so they have been written there, you know, when I was, I don't know, 16 years old, and so I was playing D&D. So I think we can decide to change those and just make them abilities of maybe the agility. So if you really boost the agility a lot, you will start to be able to do these kind of things, right? Hiding in shadows, backstabbing. The problem is that this one will require definitely some new code and some new stuff. I think we can focus on the one that anyway they are yes. Okay, so the one that are active in game today. The one that are not active in game, I think we are just asking for trouble, right? If we go there. Should be a builder, just a generic builder. Okay. Maybe we should change it to builder. But There are some very tricky ones, like for example, lock picking. You know, lock picking is already based on skill, so on the rank. So if you are rank 50, you will be able to, you know, lock pick a certain lock. If you are rank 100, pick another lock. So there is a kind of a difficulty factor on the lock, right? Now, saying that we want to have talents or abilities associated to lock picking, I don't know. I mean, unless it's something like you can pick lock only chests, you know, and you can pick lock only doors, and you can pick lock only gates, and you can pick lock, I don't know, whatever else, but it's very similar to just the progression of the skill, you know. So I mean, this one is so specific. Is so specific that I don't even know what can the talents be on this one. Escape from handcuffs. No, that's a good one. Yeah, that could be exactly. So that's the kind of reasoning now. That's the kind of ability that is really an ability. So it's not just that you can lock pick, but you can lock pick also with your hands tied, you know. Yes, that will require some implementation, but because obviously today we cannot be handcuffed by the police or by the guards, but I don't know, I'm thinking like lockpick underwater, right? So like because lock picking underwater is actually something different, you know. So it's something that, yes, is another state or another condition that you are into, which is not just the pure skill of the lock, you know, the pure difficulty of the lock, right? I don't know, lock picking from distance. That's a bit silly to be able to lock picking from distance, right? From 2 meters away, you can lock pick something. No. Okay, that's not. But yeah, but I mean, this is the kind of things that we need to reason about when we are designing skills and abilities. Yeah, I think that, yes, I think empathy can be can really be taming of animals. When we say yes, what does empathy do today? What does empathy do? Empathy is used to communicate with your familiar. A familiar is usually a little pet. It can be a bird, a snake, a cat, or any other small creature. Is it implemented? I don't think it's implemented. Why we say yes? Let me ask to Tua if he's available. Now that I can be in Discord. At Tua, I see. Let me just ask to Tua, but I think is a mistake. I think this one is probably a no. This one is probably a no, right? Because this one could be taming animals, you know, and can be taming animals or monsters. Now we need to be sure that it doesn't become like a charm spell, so that at the end, you know, using empathy or using blue way, you know, charm or whatever is the same. Because But you know, you could, for example, with empathy, you could maybe do a bit more, you know. So maybe you can ride certain animals that normally cannot be, so that are not standard mount. So it's not a horse. So a horse, obviously, if you go to a horse and you try to ride him, he will not be very happy anyway. But if he's a kind of a wild horse, right? So will not let you do it. But you need to tame him somehow. So yeah, we can also rename it to taming to me, but it can be renamed like to animal empathy, because I don't think is people empathy, but is animal, mostly animals and plants. I don't know if you can have an empathy with a plant and ask her to move one branch in a certain direction. Maybe you could, but the problem is that the plant will take about maybe 3 months to move that branch. So you have to wait 3 months, go back and see if the plant actually moved it. But yeah, could be like, you know, the bond with your familiar, you know. But I think it can be multiple things. So it can be the bond with your familiar. So it can be familiar abilities. Yeah. So bond with your familiar and familiar abilities. But this opens, you know, this one opens a completely different chapter, which is the implementation of pets. But I think it can enable, you know, it can enable certain things. High charisma. Animate plant. Yeah, exactly. The problem is that it should not become, you know, it should not become a spell, but some of those obviously can be very similar to spells. I mean, many of these ones will be similar to spell. I mean, including all the weapons one, because you can have a spell that makes you hit better. You can have a spell that makes you run faster. You can have a spell that makes you, you know. So we need to be sure that we are differentiating enough between what is happening in the spells and what is happening in the abilities. High charisma, better empathy. Charisma is a tough one, eh? Charisma is a very tough one. I mean, is such a tough one that we could decide to remove the stat, you know? Charisma is something that works perfectly in tabletop, because as a game master, I mean, I'm having a lot of fun with charisma all the time, and is the perfect tool for the game master. But the point is that, you know, with a real game master, you can have, you know, millions of nuances of how the charisma is used, you know. And I mean, can be intimidation of someone, can be used during interrogations, can be used to not charm, but anyway, to get the favor of someone, can be used to get better prices, can be used to convince someone to speak to a large audience, to stand firm on your points. But all of that in an MMO, I mean, in something that is driven by the PC and not by a real person, is extremely hard, you know. Is extremely hard to do. So I think I never seen charisma in games at the end. I mean, except the ones that are really D&D based. Well, we don't have dragons, but we have Megaras and we have pterosaurs. So, and you can still and you can still seduce an Ubernaut or whatever. You can still seduce a lot of large creatures. I'm not a real fan of charisma. I mean, on one side, I am a fan of charisma, but on tabletop, translating it into, I think it will be interesting to see, you know, in our database, how many people actually put any value in charisma. I think I can do a check, you know. I can do a kind of an average of the stats. But I have it here as well. Wait, I have it here as well. The problem is that the stats are under character skills and they are under specific. Let me see if I can do it. Let me do just to be sure I'm on the right database. 3,200,000. So yes, this is pointing to the right database. So because it's the production copy. So what I can do. Skill ID. So the skill ID, our skill, I think is from 46 to 51 or something like that. Yes, I have it here. Sorry, from 41 to 50, from 46 to 51 exactly. So this is the range. So if we do something like select. Should we do the max or should we do the average of the sum? I think it would be very nice to do the average. Can I do the I think average exists, right, in SQL? Yes, I can do the average of skill rank. The average of skill rank from character skills where ID where skill ID equal to 46. The problem is that if there are a lot, there are 0, and skill rank, let's say, is greater than 0. So we don't get the, and also I need, fuck, I'm getting also the NPC in this list. I'm getting also the NPC in this list. Maybe we can do this character ID equal to c dot ID. And c dot character type equal to, I think is 1. I think is 1. Some skills in game needs charisma. Okay, maybe. No, it's just a check. I don't know, but I'm thinking that is one of the things. I mean, you know, sometimes you want to keep stuff because you say, "Oh, one day we will use it," you know, but you have that feeling that you will never do it. Right? And charisma is one of those things that, in theory, you should. Maybe nice. We will have an idea, but then at the end you will never do it. I mean, there are 1 million more important things, you know, than that one. And having players spend maybe points on something that will never be implemented, and just having them frustrated because they say, "What the fuck? I spent points on this and it never worked. Oh my god, this query is tough. What did I do? Holy shit." Wow. I don't know what I did, but yeah, I put together, the problem is that I put together one table that is like 300,000 lines with one table that is like 3 million lines. Okay, is the average in game of players is 71. Only 71. Yeah, consider that a lot of characters are just created and never used, right? Or they never boosted that. Where should I annotate this? Can I put a comment? But if I put a comment, I think it creates like a big thing on top of it. No, I think it's okay. Average of all players in game is 71 point something. 71.7. Oops. 71.7. Okay, let me try charisma. Charisma is 47. I think they will change with the removal of most non-skill based trainers. Now it's easier to progress multiple alts. So you see charisma, for example, is 60. 60.2, which is significantly lower. $48. The problem is that this statistic is a bit polluted by characters that have been created and never upgraded. And the average of those is about 50. So I think we have about of a 50. I mean, we have a strong push, sorry, strong pull, I'll say, toward the 50 average. 70.5. Intelligence is 49. Now the query is super quick. You see the cache, how it works? The database cache? Insane. And the first query took like 1 minute and now it's nearly instant. 65.7. Really? It is an interesting one. 65.7? People don't like intelligent characters. Let's see strength, just to confirm the one above. This one will be like 80. 82. No, 73.9. They're not that different from each other anyway. But I think the problem is the actual cutoff at the beginning. I think that to do it right, what is it? 73.9. I think to do it right, I think we should remove all the numbers below 60. I think that's probably a better 70.3. 70.3. I think if I remove, if I do the same thing and I remove all the numbers that are below the average, so I remove all the numbers below 60. Let me do that. Skill 51 and skill rank greater than 0 and skill rank wait, and skill rank greater than 60, right? Greater or equal, no, let's say greater than 60. Let's say greater than 60, which is basically cutting off all the just created characters, right? All the ones that have just been created and never touched, I think. Okay, now it starts a bit different. Agility is 86. You see the power of that? Can I change this? He said 86. Ah, come on, I want to type here. 86. Average of all players in game is 71. Only the ones above 60 is 86. So this one is 86, huh? 86 is start to be interesting. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I was just interested. Charisma 78. Not too bad anyway, not too bad. People seems to like charisma anyway. Somehow. 78.56. So basically 78.6. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I was thinking worse than that. Wow. 48 is 90. 90.7. So endurance seems to be something that people like. Fuck, I always forget the number. 90.7. 90.7. Intelligence. The magic of metadata. 80. It's nice because when you have a lot of data, you know, you can do a lot of reasoning. I mean, you can. We have data of, you know, 100,000 of well, I don't know, 10,000s of characters. So, I mean, it's 3 million skills in the database. So, so this was what? This was intelligence. Yes. Strength is 50. Strength is 91.4. A lot. 91.4. And will is 51. 82.5. 82.5. Okay, so what is this telling us? I don't know. Is it proving my point? Maybe not. I don't know. Agility is 86. Okay. Charisma is 78.6. So I would say lower, but not that much lower. I was expecting it to be lower than this. Endurance is a lot, 90. So people think that this game is hard to play. So they want to be resilient, you know, they want to resist. Intelligence is 80. Agility was 86, huh? 80. Strength is 91. So strength and endurance are the ones that are the most. And will is 82. So anyway, the lowest is charisma, which kind of proved my point, but not that much. So I was thinking like that. Fuck charisma, no one is going to use it. But okay. But anyway, it's not very used. The problem is to find abilities, you know, and talents for charisma. That's a freaking mess. Because or you remove empathy, you know, and you put all of this on charisma, and then it starts to work, you know. But you have to remove the empathy skill. So empathy will basically become charisma. And so I move this here. And then it starts to work. Need a bard class or enchanter class. We don't have classes. We have We have skill, pure skill-based progression. Economics that? Yeah, for selling, but the problem is that we already have factions. We already have the factions which are affecting your ability to trade with merchants, and I don't want to, you know, double down on the same thing with two different my feeling is that we should remove empathy and make charisma empathy. Even if it's very I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. This will be an easy solution. An easy solution. The problem is that charisma is actually not going around and taming animals in general, right? It's more your ability to speak. One thing that will be very nice, you know, is if with charisma you could have more options in speaking with NPC. But it's so hard to do from the code and from the setting and from the quest point of view. It's so fucking insane. But that would be very, very nice, you know? So like you are speaking with a guy, you have high charisma, and he's telling you about his family, you know, or whatever. If you have a low charisma, he will never tell you. I don't know. This is I have no idea what the hell to do with charisma. Zero idea. Zero idea what to do with charisma. How much you have in charisma, Hula? How much you have in charisma? Is Hula on my plane, and is it visible? Is Hula visible on my plane? Nobody. You didn't enable the visibility, so we cannot search for you. Your Hula character is hidden. PT. By default they are hidden, so it's okay. There is no characters with name Hula? Ah, because it's not the right database. Okay, anyway. Training savage animals. Yes, I think training savage animals, but on charisma, what the hell we do with charisma? I have no idea. But anyway, sword, knife and dagger, axes, melee, polearm spear, ranged. Then there are all the ones about armor, and the one about armor are kind of different from the, you know, because the one about armor are also for this one will not be very easy, because it is purely the usage of the armor, right? So how good you are at using the armor. Now finding a talent or an ability, I mean, it can be how quick you swap within one armor and the other, but my plane link. You don't have the my plane link? Pity. It's very nice. You can see your achievements. You should log in, and then I think there is a setting where you can say if it's visible to everyone or not. I think under settings. Wait a second. I just don't want my password to show up. Yes. If you click on settings, you can set, you know, who can see your character. And by default, I think it's only yourself. But if you can click on everyone and save, then people will be able to search for you. So I think if I search Talad, I find myself, right? Even if I'm not logged in, and you can see the, I mean, in my case, it's not relevant because I'm a dev, but in theory, you could see the skill, you could see the inventory, you can see the money, you can see some stuff, right? I think it's a nice website. I like it. Okay, sorry, what are you saying? Empathy. Daniel said purpose of all, you should add both bard and chanter type of skill and replace empathy with charisma, as well as make charisma give a fixed bonus based on race for faction and interaction. Daniel said purpose of all the stats as well as reason to compete with them. What do you mean a bard enchanter type of skill? We have, we already have that. We have music. For the bard, we have musical instrument, which is already used. We don't have singing, but we have musical instrument and singing that says inside of this. And for the enchanter, obviously, we have all the spells. So we have six skills only dedicated to casting spells. Right, and no, but because we need to understand if the system is working, you know, because if the system works only for 2 skills out of 100, then the system is not working. So we need to understand if we find good examples in the majority of the categories. Now, if there are 2 that are not working, okay, and fine with that. But if there are, you know, 1,000,000 that are not working, then it's not very nice. Let me go with, I think for the weapons is super easy. And all the ones that I listed here are good examples. For the armor, let me see what I did on the... I didn't do anything. On the tabletop, I didn't do anything, so I didn't give any bonus to light armor or to medium armor or to heavy armor. It's just additional defense. It's just additional defense. One thing that we could do, okay, for armor is the following. We have yeah, the problem is making it an ability. That's the tough one. Because what I was thinking is that today we have the possibility to looking at the relationship, why is Abernet a faction? Yeah, because the list of factions in PS Legacy is not correct. We are not really using factions for anything. The factions in Unreal has already been reworked. The idea was that you could kill a number of Ulbernauts and the race may start to hate you. Okay, so that like kill on sight, you know, that was the reasoning, but I don't think it's an interesting concept. So I think so we removed the races from the factions in PS Unreal. You couldn't change the musical instrument to charisma. and change those magic skill to combine modifier of charisma and intelligence. No, that would be too big of a change. I mean, in theory, yes, but in practice, we cannot. I mean, we have millions of hours played and characters created with these skills. I cannot change now all the magic skills. Is impossible. Will be like redoing the game, from scratch. No, I cannot. There is too many dependencies. There is dependencies on characters, but also dependencies on spells, dependencies on quest, dependencies on books, dependency on lore, dependency on history. There is dependency everywhere for magic, so I cannot change it. So for armor, what I was thinking for armor is that armor today has an effect on the type of weapon, right? So if a certain type of weapon is attacking a certain type of armor, you have a different result, assuming it's the same amount of damage, the same skill, the same whatever, right? Because we have a system that is considering the armor versus the weapon versus the armor, right? And we want to keep it. Now, I think this information is really not visible to the players. I think the players don't have a sense that this is actually in place, but it is in place, and is a fairly complex system, which is this weapon versus armor versus weapon, or weapon versus armor, one of the two. Here it is. Armor versus weapon table, where basically for each type of armor and each type of weapon, you have a different modifier in terms of how much the damage is reduced, right? So for example, going with a slashing weapon over a chainmail is doing less damage than going with a mace over a chainmail, just because it does less damage. Okay. So yeah, exactly. This is exactly what we do already. So this is already the case, for all our weapons and all our armor. Now, I think that the players are not aware of this, just because it's not written anywhere or is not, So what I was thinking is that maybe the armor skill, apart from just giving you that benefit, may also allow you to better evaluate an opponent and understand if his weapons are more or less effective with your armor. Right? So I think it could be a nice skill to have. So it's like a bit of an insight again, right? So it gives you the ability to know if that particular monster has better resistance. Now, it's not that you are going to swap your armor while you are fighting, because maybe that's not really the case, but it can be another part of the evaluation of the monster, right? So evaluate if your armor is effective or not versus the weapons of the monster you are facing, which basically for us means reading the armor versus weapon table, right? So for us, this one will be already done, it's already done. It's just a matter of exposing it with a text or with some and maybe you can have the same for the medium and the heavy. I don't know how which other talents you can have, because other talents can be I mean, other talents could be a fully defensive stance. We go back to the stances, right? So like, if you are using your armor to the maximum extent possible to defend yourself, and so you are focusing only on exposing to the enemy, you know, the right parts of your body that are most covered, and so you are fully defensive. So that could be one way. Do you have any suggestion for armor? Because armor is a tough one. So if you have any ideas, that would be useful to me. Because this one is a tough one. This one is the one that may have 0 talents and is a bit annoying. I mean, we can also have some skill. I think we can also have some which have 0 talents, okay? Which are purely progression based. I think is okay. But if the majority have 0 talents, then, you know, means that our talent system is not working, or our abilities are not the right abilities, the right stats, right? So this is the only thing that makes me about armor. About shield handling is a bit easier. Wood, stone, and crystal armor scale and ring mail as well. No, but sorry, my question is not about my question is not about giving me ideas of type of armor, okay? My question is, give me ideas on the talents and the abilities that can be associated to the progression of the character when is increasing the ranks of armor, okay? So that when you are, I don't know, rank 30 in light armor, then you can do this. Okay, so that's the question. Type of armors is nice, but you could deactivate, run, jump, climb, and then reactivate while wearing armor. What? I don't understand what you mean. Light armor could be focusing on evading hits rather than reducing damage. Yes, we can also... I mean, it can give you some evasion, like sometimes you can evade a hit, like a dodge, like an automatic dodge. Hello, Dandy. Welcome. Hello, Aspros. Hey, hey. Welcome. Because we already have some, you know, in the database, like the one that I showed you before, right? For example, for shield, we already have like this one, I don't know, fast block, right? By feigning an attack, you put up a defense able to block quickly several of the opponent hits. So it's basically, you know, an additional blocking capability that you do with your shield. Or there is a shield slam, right? Shield slam is deliver a powerful blow with your shield, stunning the opponent for some time. So it is good because you are like using your shield to do an attack, so which is actually a talent, no? It's actually an ability, so I think it makes sense. Heavy armor could cause damage. Yeah, if you have spiked armor, yes. Like jumping on top of your enemy and crashing him below your armor. Like you're jumping on him and crashing him below your weight. Under your weight. Yeah. Shield slam. Anyway, for shield handling, I think we have a few. So already in game, we have like the shield. What is it? Shield slam. We have fast block. This one can really be abilities that you trigger sometimes. Okay. Thwarting attack. What is this? Set up a powerful and counter strike. When you are attacked while the counter strike is active, use your opponent force to hit back with the shield. So it's like a counter attack. Wall of shield. By raising your shield against the enemy, you're able to protect yourself and your friends from them. Interesting. Friendly targets get a defense advantage. Very nice. Yeah, there are some ideas here, I think, which are nice. So I think these ones can be ability. I think for shield is okay. We can use it as a weapon. Right? Now maybe like this wall of shield can be a bit weird because like it should depend on the positioning, right? And at the moment is not really, I mean, it's not really considered. I think if you have someone in your group but is like 20 meters away, probably wall of shield is still working. I don't know. Or he has a range. Maybe he has a range. I don't know. If he has a range, I think it's fine. Maybe he has a range. If he has a range, makes sense. But I think for shield handling, I think we can be fine. I think we can have 2 or 3 talents across the line, and I think it's okay. And remember that one player will have a number of these skills, so we don't want to make it overwhelming, you know, like that you have 50 abilities to use, because that will make it. So thinking to that, right, considering that a player will have at least 2 weapons, at least 1 armor, and at least 1 or 2, okay, no, the magic, no, and at least the 6 ability, because all the players have all the 6 abilities. You know, we should be careful of not overdoing it, and at the end you have like 25 different ability you can use, and you don't know exactly which one to use because there are too many, right? What is Argan? I don't remember. I think Argan was one of the martial arts. I think there were like 3 martial arts: Argan, Esteria, and Lar, if I remember right. Were 3 type of martial arts, but I think we are dropping them. So all the ones that are no, let's not consider them at all. So I think I'm struggling a bit with armor. I think weapon is fine. I think weapon is kind of okay. I'm struggling a bit with armor. Now the other problem is jobs, because jobs is also not so easy. Jobs is also not so easy. We did alchemy. We had some ideas on alchemy, some ideas on herbal, like identifying plants, and for example, repair weapons. I really don't even know why we have it. Why we have a skill repairing weapon, and we don't just put repairing weapon inside inside blacksmith. As a talent. Tua? I mean, if we take like repair armor and repair weapon and we put them inside blacksmith as talents, I don't know. Maybe it's too big of a change. Or anyway, this one will remain empty because I cannot think, unless you want to say that, well, you can say that from a certain point on, you can also repair magical weapons or magical armor, and before you cannot. That could be a thing. Do we still have the decay? Do we still have the decay on the weapons and on the armors, Tua? Do weapon decay? Do weapon decay? I think they do, huh? Because I remember we had it. It's the quality that goes down, huh? I think in my case it doesn't because I'm a game master, but yeah, quality 49 out of 50. Yeah, so maybe we can have some levels where you can repair certain weapons of a certain. How does repair armor works today? I think there is a math script that is deciding what you can repair and what you cannot repair. I don't know if it's already based on skill, name like repair. I think there is a function or something. Calculate repair rank. Talad. That was done by me, huh? Okay. I don't remember. It was done in 2011. Result sale price lower. Okay, it's based on the sales price. It's purely based on the sale price. So at skill 0 it's possible to repair basic weapons. We should also have dropped weapons, have a more variable quality. They still have frozen at 50-50. No, but if you craft a weapon, you should go above 50, no? What do you mean 50-50? I mean, what do you mean by frozen at 50? I think if you craft them, you can go up in quality. That's the point. So the idea was that weapons that are getting sold normally by NPC dropped items. I understand. Items that are, yeah, but the problem, yeah, the problem of that, it was that it would completely destroy the crafting economy, and so we didn't want to do it. So we wanted to have every weapon that you find in the game being maximum a certain quality, for example 50, and only the one that you craft have higher quality. This was to boost a bit the people crafting, because otherwise, I mean, if you can just kill monster until you have a 300 quality weapon, crafters would not have a job, right? Well, we capped it to 50, so we can change the cap, but I think the cap should be reasonably low so that crafters have a chance to sell their stuff. If you cap it to 200, basically all the crafters, until they have like 1,000 hours in the game, will not be able to sell anything, and I think it's a bad design. So I think we should keep it. So I think that here for repair armor, repair weapons, I think we can keep them. And what we can say is that you can. So I think we should filter by complexity, or by magic, or by special items, or by something. Enable repairing of. For example, we can say enable repairing of weapons with 2 modifiers, okay? For example. Or 0 modifiers, no? With 1, 2, or 3 modifiers. So this could be a way, to say If it's a weapon that is very complex, it's true that its cost will go up. So at the moment we are already doing it on cost, but you know, cost I don't think is good enough. So or we can do it with when they have gems, or with gems inscribed. How do you say? A gem is what? Is set. Gem set. Or magical effect. So yeah, I think we can do this with the armor and with the weapons in the same way, so that we establish some limits. We establish some gates that you can repair a certain type of armor or certain type of weapon only if you have that particular talent. Now these will be talents that are basically passive and they are not active. So they are not talents that you are, it's more like a prerequisite, right? Can player weapon have stats boost? Yes. I mean, there are some weapons that are giving you stats boost, yes. Well, that's a bug. Yeah, that's a bug. Does this make sense about repairing armor or repair? But in this case, it's a passive skill, right? So what I'm trying to focus on is that we have some skills, we have some talents which are active, like that you have to use them in combat or use them sometimes so basically you need to activate them, and then other ones which are passive based on, so it's more of a check, it's more of a gate. So like this one is more of a gate, right? The one about repairing armors and repairing weapons. So in theory we should do it just by rank. So this will not even become, I think this will not even become, you know, an entry in a math script. So this is just that we will change the code of the game so that when you are trying to repair, it will do that check based on the modifiers or the gems or whatever, right? And then in your UI, you will see that you can repair that, but it's not an active skill, right? So I think this concept of active and passive is important because we need to specify if active or passive. So the game needs to know, because all the active ones you will be able to drag into your shortcut bar, right? So you take the active one and you drag it in the shortcut bar and you make it an action. But the passive ones you cannot drag because it's passive, so it's working automatically on you. Like if something is enhancing your awareness, you know, it's not something that you have to trigger specifically. So I think we need to add a column to this table. I think we need to redo completely that table, unfortunately, but I think or we keep the attacks as the active ones. And I create another table for the passive. Which may be a good idea. You know why? Because many of these fields will be completely different. So a passive will just have an entry in terms of name image and description, and basically that's it. But you know what? I think I already have that. Didn't I create? I think I did it, right? I created. I created. No. Yes, skills abilities. I created this table. I created this table. I created this table. I can change it anytime, but this table is basically the one that today is keeping the talents by skill. And maybe, you know what we can do? We can do that. This table is like the master of all the abilities. And then some abilities will be attack abilities. And so it will go under attacks. And I think I need to rename this table. I will rename it skills, abilities, attacks, something like that. And some will be purely passive, right? Yes, I think we can do this. I think we can do this. I think this is probably the best idea. This is probably the best idea. So this one should have an additional field, which is active or passive. I think I'm not fully, but I think we should do that. Now, how do we point to the attack types? Because maybe we can have a bit more than just active passive, but we can have an ability type, right? We can have an ability type, and the ability type can be passive or attack or generic ability. And based on the type, we can decide if we should put them in the shortcut bar or not, right? So if it's like a combat ability, are all these options easily definable as? Are these options easily definable as active or passive? Active, passive. For example, this one, for example, is passive. Active, active, these are all active. Passive. This one is special because, for example, identify plants, if we allow really to have a kind of an identification of the plants, you know, that I think would be cool though. So that you go around.
Never underestimate the power of stupid things in large numbers.
Yes, there is a very long list. So there is a very large number of things. Now we need to be sure that we don't make them too stupid. But yes, I agree. So if we make the identified plants an ability, you know, you will go around the world, right? You will go around the world and you will go like, ah, what is this thing? And you click on it, you see a plant, you know, you see a plant, you click on it, and you don't see the name of it. Like this one. Night mushroom, right? So you don't see the name, so you don't know what is it. Maybe it would be called only mushroom, right? But you don't know that it's a night mushroom. You have no idea. You don't know what it is. Now, this is adding a bit of a complexity on the inventory system, because in the inventory system, as soon as you pick it up, you see the name, right? And as soon as you target it, you see the name and all of that. So that could be a bit annoying to do. That could be a bit annoying to do. But that's an idea. Or maybe you can identify, maybe the name stays as the name, you know, because I think it's too hard for me to remove the name. Removing the name, I think, is a mess for me. Would be very nice, but it's a mess because yes, too many implications on inventory, containers, descriptions, labels, messages in the chat when you pick up something. No, unfortunately, I cannot change the name. It's a nice idea, but the name is to stay as the name. But maybe we'll give you an additional description of the properties of that plant, you know, what it can be used for. Which then the problem will be where to keep that information, because where to keep that information? This one is not an easy one, huh? These identified plants is not an easy one at all. You like that? You like it because it's not easy, huh? I know. You like it because it's not easy. No, we can have a second description, you know. We can have a plant's description. So when we do the second thing, which is the codex, when we do the journal codex compendium, you know, there can be a description of each object in a compendium way. So like how it is used and why and blah blah blah, right? And that entry, you know, for plants can be available only if you have the identify plants skill in Herbal. And it can be divided by rarity. Now, I don't know if plants have rarity, but I think we have a lot of fields in the database. I think we can create a new flag for certain plants that are more rare, less rare, or something like that. And so have different levels. So it can be done for different rarities of the plants, right? I think this could be so this will be, I don't know if this would be a specific command, like you have to identify, so you really need to study the plant, so it would be like a study, maybe take more to a single source. Yeah, you can say like this plant will make your pet trip for 1 week, you know. Yes, you can say that. I'll put this plant in a glass of water and kill someone because it's a poison. So mining, we said scout for mines. That is also an active, but you see this one, for example, is an active, but it's not an active in combat. There is a new ability, right? So it's an active out of combat. So I think we need to have 3 states. We need to have passive, attack, or generic, right? So I think this should be type, right? Which is actually, I think it can be an integer. Will be probably the easiest, right? Instead of making it a string, or we can make it a string for clarity. And but okay, let's make it an int. As a default will be, I think, a passive ability. So comment, we say 0 passive ability, 1 attack ability, 2 what did I say? I said generic ability. Let's call it non-attack, or let's say generic. Let's call it generic ability, but basically is anything that is not in combat. Or we can say non-attack or everything else. I don't know. Everything else ability. Okay, let's say generic ability. Or I mean, I want to express the fact that it's a non-attack ability, so it cannot be used in combat. I mean, it's like triggering some new functionality, right? Let's call it specific ability. Let's call it specific ability. Should be not null, yes. Okay. So we have this thing. We have this thing. Now, since I added this thing, I need to update how do I copy the SQL? Generate SQL? Yes. DDL, I think it's DDL. DDL is the creation. So I need to add this field, right? I need to add this field to my update schema, which is the mother of all the scripts. Hello, Filthy Remake, welcome. Hello. How are you today? We are deep into the most voted element. Random event, faction ranks. Where did I add the abilities? What? Skill abilities was already existing in the old database? No, I'm pretty sure I added it myself. Was already existing. No, I don't believe it. No, it's here. Why said no? I don't know. Fuck it. Generate DDL. I like this DDL thingy, and we put it here. Okay. So now when we will create the database, we will have also this additional type. Type seems to be a keyword, but okay. So we'll go with passive attack. So I think that at this point, you know, everything that is a passive ability or everything that is a specific ability can just point to this table. So basically will resolve itself into this table, if he's an attack, then he will, the ID of this, can we say that the ID of this is the same as the attacks ID, or that is too messy? Or do we want to have an attack ID foreign key? Maybe we want to have maybe we want to have it, huh? Because I think that this one today, these ID are not corresponding to anything. Yeah, maybe it's better if we point to that so that we can also edit it. Yeah, I think it's better. So I think we create another column here, which is attack ID, which is just an integer as well, and can be null, and the default is null, and the comment is foreign key to attacks table. But you know, this freaking attacks table, I think I want to change it. I don't want to have it called, I don't want that to be called attacks. I want it to be called skills, abilities, attacks, or something like that, because it's so hard to find out all the time where are all these tables. So all the tables that are related to these abilities, also attack types should be renamed. I mean, there are actually 3 tables that are involved in this. One is weapon types, which is a super stupid table, by the way. It's a super stupid table. I really don't know why we have this table. I really don't understand why we created this table. Because this table is basically saying that, is basically specifying, you know, a weapon type and a skill, but the skill is already associated to these things, you know. So sword is always 0 skill, dagger is always 1, axe is always 2. I mean, these are already associations that you have in the skills table. So I don't understand why you need this. I think it is used because I think it's loaded. Let me see. We can check it. But I think it's loaded. I think it's loaded when preload weapon types. You see, so we are preloading weapon types where we have the name, the ID, the skill. We have this weapon list, and then, but then I don't really. I think that when we loaded the attack types, we are going to access this thing. Weapon list. Get weapon type by ID, weapon list. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that is totally useless, I think. Current type, name compare name. I don't know why we are comparing strings here. Get weapon by type. Get weapon type by ID. I think this was a very weird idea. Yes, but you see, when we are loading the attack types, we are searching. There is not a single comment in this code. Fuck it. if type is valid, count for is it creating a new attack type, and then f string id is parsing. I don't know what it's doing here. It's parsing these weapon types into this. Yes, because basically there is a relationship between this table, which is called attack types, you see, and here he has weapon type. Okay, here he has weapon type, and this weapon type is specifying a series of numbers like this, that is basically pointing to that other table. But the point is that considering that this table here is doing nothing else than then pointing at a skill, I have no idea why instead of doing this shit we couldn't just point here. Instead of weapon type we could just point to the skill type directly. I don't understand. Maybe there was a reason behind, but I mean, why we should have weapon types which are then pointing to a skill again. And this is what I don't understand, you know, because these weapon types are then loaded into an array. Okay, if weapon type get weapon type ID, they are getting the weapon by the ID, then is getting the weapon type by name. I don't know, it's searching it first by ID, then by name, then by and then it's basically adding to our types, you know, the weapon types. Now it would be very interesting to see when this weapon types is actually used. I think it's used in combat somehow, because it's checking. I think that this thing is checking if you have the right weapon in hand to actually enable that attack. Yeah, because I think that when you are in combat, now I will tell you now, when you are in combat, when you are trying to activate the thingy, so you are here, right? And you have this thing. This thing is actually appearing only if you have the right weapon in your hand, right? So if you have a shield in your right hand, then these different abilities are actually appearing. If I have a claymore in my hand, then this thing is different. You see, I have power attack, mighty swing, and this concept is horrible. But anyway, it's how it is. So they like we said, they should have, all of them should appear, but just grayed out. Okay, they should not appear. So all the ones that you own, they should appear anyway, and then it should tell you that maybe there is a. And you see where the type is. The type is here, two-handed. I think this two-handed is coming from. No, not even. It's not even coming from here. I think the two-handed is probably coming from a description somewhere. I have no idea. I have no idea where this two-handed is coming from. Like here you have shield mastery. Shield mastery. And this is shield. Skill 10. But skill 10 is not shield mastery. Ah, is here. Is here. Wait. Is here. Is from the name of the attack type. Okay. Also, this thing I think is totally useless, by the way. But I mean, who cares about the attack type name? I don't know. This is just another name to call something, to call a category, but I think this is a bad idea as well. It is a bad idea. But okay, I don't want to, you know, do a million changes, but I think that this weapon type, I just want to see if in combat we are using these weapon types or not. Because at a certain point you should do the check, right? I think it should be in combat manager. No? No. But when you visualize the window, for sure is doing the check. So if this list is not empty, weapon must be one of the types in the list. Yes, exactly. So it's kind of a prerequisite, you know, of the weapons. So it's forcing you to have a weapon of a certain type in your hand, which I think it makes sense, okay? I think it makes sense. My only question is how is it working then? How does it determine that this weapon type, because this weapon type goes to Claymore, right? He says ID 10 Claymore. Now, how does he know that this weapon is a Claymore? Because in our how does he know that it is a Claymore? Because in our database, I don't think there is a Claymore flag, right? Do we have a Claymore flag? Maybe we have a Claymore flag, but I don't think so. Let me go in item stats. Flags, right? Do we have a flag like Claymore? No. So it cannot be. So let me see how it does the check, because this is completely obscure to me at the moment how it's doing it. Okay, check weapon type. PS prerequisite OP attack type. Yes, so it is doing a prerequisite check. Weapon get weapon type. Okay. How can the weapon know its weapon type? Current stats, weapon type. So the weapon knows its type, which seems to be... It's kind of interesting. I completely ignore this type thingy. Item weapon stats. Item weapon stats. Type, huh? Yeah, GG. Type GG, okay. Let's analyze item stats weapon type. I think is because if I search type, I will never survive this. Let's go. Let's search for weapon item stats. This guy. Okay. This class all the various cache database information related to a weapon. Okay, and that's fine, but this type weapon type is what I'm trying to understand. PS item stats. Where is this coming from? PS item stats. Weapon type. Weapon type is under item type. Get weapon type by name. Item type. What is item type? Do we have an item type? I think we have it. Item type. Item type. Okay, it's this guy. And so item type can be Claymore? Oh my god. Really? Okay. I mean, I mean, okay. I think this was added. This thing was added during that change. Huh? When we did that change, I think we added this. I think it's a super bad design because the problem is that this thing is just duplicating. It's just duplicating something that we already have, which is this one, armors versus weapon type. I don't know why we need to duplicate this. Because actually is slightly different, okay? So the armor versus weapon type is the effectiveness of that particular weapon versus the armor, right? So it's not really telling you which kind of weapon it is. But then we also have the category ID, but the category ID I think is just related to the skill. So you may know if it's a sword, if it's a knife. But you know what is the side effect of this thing? Is that all the items in the database which have not been categorized by this stuff will not work for the attacks. So if I have any weapons in the database or any armor or any shield in the database that is not flagged as a shield, it will not work. Now, I think it gives us flexibility, you know, because we can differentiate this from this. Because basically the category ID is pointing to the skill, right? It is pointing to the skill. It is pointing to the resistance versus armor. And this is allowing you to do a specific attack type for that weapon. You know what is the problem? The problem is that what we are saying is that our special attacks are connected to skills, right? And so in theory, they are connected to this. So for us, everything that is inside this category, being for example a mason hammer, so everything that is inside mason hammer, every weapon that is inside mason hammer should allow you to do one of those things. Now it's also true that maybe inside mason hammer you have some stupid stuff. Maybe you have a spoon, you know. You have a spoon which, if you want, you can use to attack, you know. You can take a very big spoon. What is the name in English? I think it's ladle. Exactly. So you take one of these things, you know, you take this and you try to kill people with this, right? Now this guy is in our database, for example, hammer for the resistance to armor. So he has to be categorized, otherwise the system doesn't work, right? So he has a categorization. Even if I see the certain item have 0, so the one that they have 0 is because they cannot be used as weapons. right? Yes. But apart from that, so that ladle thingy is categorized as an hammer versus armor. Is categorized as one as the skill that you need to use it. And it may be a specific item type if you can use it for that particular ability, you know, for that particular attack. My problem, I mean, we can leave it like this. I think I understand now. I understand better the concept, because we have these three categorizations which are actually slightly different, right? They are actually slightly different. Because they are pointing to different things. Now, the question is it a value for us? Is it a value for us to have a categorization for the attack type? Is a value for us? Because, for example, what I was doing before, you know, so I was having, so this wheel shield is providing me this list, right? But I tried with another shield and it was not providing me that list, and I was like surprised. But now I think I know why, because probably that other shield, it doesn't have the right flag. This one, you know, this buckler, you see this buckler? If I take this buckler and I put it here and I ask for the same list, oh no, okay, this one is coming out, probably because I was having it in the right hand or in the left hand. Okay, so this buckler is also identified as but if I put this buckler here and I do info, does it tell me that no, because that particular thing is not a flag. Yeah, it's not a flag. You can't carry any more buckler. What do you mean? I had it in my hand before. Why? I'm overweight? Fuck. I don't have a space in my inventory. I don't have a space in my inventory. Why didn't put it inside a... Oh. Yeah, so the question is, so yeah, they are actually three different things. It's a bit of a mess, huh? But it's a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a mess, but you know, so weapon ID is pointing to one item, so is the ID of the single item. Weapon type is the type. So for example, we say two-handed. Weapon type is 5 and 10. Weapon type is 5 and 10. So it's Warhammer and Claymore. So basically here what we are saying is that, let me try to do a kind of a schema, okay? Just a quick scheme, but I think it makes sense. At the end, I think it makes sense. At the end, I think it makes sense. It's just an additional option, you know? But basically here you have a broad category, okay? Which is, you have a broad category which is mace and hammer, for example, okay? Mace and hammer. Now this one is a skill, okay? And this skill is actually pointing to a very large amount of items. Basically all the items that have the category ID, but it's not even the category ID though. Because the category ID is actually the selling ID. Let me do the example with the let me do the example with Sword, okay? Sword. So we have a claymore, okay? A claymore is an item. Item claymore. So the skill to use it, is actually defined under skill 1, skill 2, and skill 3, I think. Yes. So let's take the claymore 1 second. Name equal to claymore, okay? So the skill 1 is 0. 0 corresponds to sword, right? So the ID of the skill is 0. So this is the first pointer. So you know that a claymore can be used if you have this skill, right? Then you have the category ID, and the category ID is the selling ID. So category ID is, for example, 38, okay? 38, whatever is it, category ID, item categories. 38 is weapons claymore. In this case, for example, is specific, okay? So it's the type. So ID 38, for example, right? And it is pointing to category ID, to items categories. So this one is inside the skills table. This one is inside the item categories table, right? And it is just telling you, this category ID is just telling you if you can sell it. The category of selling, basically. So this one is how to use. This one is how to sell, right? Then you have the because our system, as you can see, is fairly complex. It's fairly complex, so there is a lot of possibilities that we have. Then you have the armors versus weapon type, okay? The armor versus weapon, for example, in this case, is claymore, and is pointing to this one is pointing to armors versus weapon table. I mean, there is really a table called like this, and I don't know exactly how we do the translation, because the armor versus weapon table, I think, is by ID. No, I think it's here, weapon type. Okay, so it will basically search weapon type claymore, and it is your resistance to the different armors, okay? So so this one is telling you how much is effective versus armor, right? Then you have the flags, but the flags are very specific flags. Like the flags, let me go to flags. The flags, for example, are telling you if this weapon is, and also the slots. Okay, the slots is telling you if he's filling 2 hands or 1 hand, if he can go in your inventory, if he's stackable, if it's something you can use in melee, or if he's ranged, okay? So it's telling you all this stuff, and this stuff I think is too generic for us to be used. So there are flags and value slots. And then there is this freaking item type, which I don't know exactly when we added this, because personally, if it was a flag, I think it would have been easier. But anyway, we decided to have this item type. And so this item type, because item type is used also for other stuff, right? So item type, for example, is used for glyphs, you know, to filter on glyphs. I think if I do a select distinct of item type, we will get a lot of stuff. Let me try. Select distinct item type from item stats. Yeah, there is some stuff that is relevant, like for example, container or food or recipe or book. Like for example, so these are all functions, you know. So if it's a book, means you can read it. If it's food, means you can eat it. If it's a recipe, I don't remember. But if it's a container, means that it will open up, you know, a different window where you can put in stuff. If it's a glyph, means that it can be used for spell casting. So actually, I think it makes this thing makes sense. And I think we are using it. But then we have all this other shit that has been added later on, which is like Claymore, Dagger, Sword, which is what we are looking at now, right? Which is basically a way to allow abilities to be used, right? So item type for the Claymore is saying Claymore, right? And this one is pointing to weapon types. It's pointing to this table, weapon types. And no, wait, no. Yes or no? Yes, it's pointing to this. And so you know that that weapon is a claymore for the attack types. You know that it's a claymore for the attack types. And you have a skill associated. How to use it with special attacks, you know. But the point is this. Hello, Flirix. Hi. Hello. How are you? Welcome to the stream. We are a bit deep into a discussion about our weapon types and how to use the specific skills with certain items and such. But if you have any questions on what I'm doing, any question on the game, any question on the meaning of life, now that one maybe I cannot, but you can try. So basically here the idea is, if okay, we want to get rid of this for the special attacks, we could use one of the 3 options that we have above. And Tua, I don't know if you're still listening, maybe it's a bit late, you went to bed, but if you're still listening, what we could do, we could say, instead of using an additional item type specific for our attacks, we decide that if that weapon is associated to a skill, right? then it can be used. Or we can say if a weapon is sold in a specific category ID, then it can be used. Or if a weapon has a specific armor versus weapon category, then it can be used. So I think that the category ID is a bit too much subjective to change, it's a bit volatile, because we may decide to change the selling category in the future. For example, we will decide to merge the claymore into sword. I don't know why, but we may decide to do it, you know, even if I see that they are very well, you know, split. But well, I can see it easily because I can, if I do slash item in the old game, if I do slash item here, I see all the items, right? And if I go under weapon, for example, weapon claymore, he only has 3 items: claymore, platinum claymore, and platinum steel claymore, right? So this is what he has. Let me just check if we are sending this at the beginning. We are sending it by category. Now we're sending it by category. Okay. If I open sword or short sword, right? I get like these weapons. I think category, to me, category can be already good, eh? Can be already good, because look at how detailed it is. Look at how detailed is this thing. Now, we may have a problem with the NPC, because if an NPC wants to use that ability, the NPC are equipped not with this kind of weapons, right? But they are equipped with these weapons, which are default claws, usually, that we equip on them, which are not visible, but they are equipped by the code, that, for example, are, I don't know, fast, low damage, slash. Okay, so this is one weapon that our monster has equipped, so that is considered by the combat system as a normal weapon, even if it's not visible, right? And so it can attack with specific characteristic and strength and whatever. So the problem is that if we are associating the attack type, or we disable it for NPC, and we say that if an NPC has a specific attack, he can just do it no matter what. But I don't know if I really like it. I don't think it's a great way. Or we may have a problem with NPC, because these ones are categorized, I mean, in category ID, trying to use the category ID, trying to use this one, we have an issue with NPC. Now, if we decide to use this one, right? Let me see, for example, let me see this item, fast low damage blunt in the database. Which kind of skills he has associated? Name fast, what was it? Fast low damage blunt. Okay, this one is martial arts because it's considered a melee weapon, something that you use with your hands, right? Which makes sense. In terms of armor versus weapon type is hammer. So now the problem could be that if we have if we have a hammer type on his claw, and we decide there is a special attack that is done only with the hammer, like you are smashing the hammer to the ground and generating an earthquake all around you, this means that that NPC will be able to do it if he knows it. If he knows that specific attack, he will be able to do it with the hammer. I think it's a very important decision, this one. Huh? It's a very important design decision because is having an impact on so many things. So the way that it was done was like an easy exit. You know, the easy exit is I just add another field. I just add another weapon type. And so you are going to categorize all the weapons that you have in the database. And you are going to tell me which kind of attacks you think you can make with them. But this requires, you know, that every item in the game, which is anyway hundreds, if not thousands, is categorized properly, right? And I don't know if it is today. Like, are all the shields categorized as shields? I don't know. There is the one that come up with shield. Probably yes. Probably yes. I think probably we did it right. I think we did it right probably, but there is an additional categorization, and this additional categorization is based on these weapon types. For example, I mean, hammer and warhammer. I mean, come on. Bow and short bow. I mean, you have different abilities that are making a difference if is a bow or a short bow. I don't believe it. Short bow, bow. Yeah, we actually categorize them properly. So they are actually categorized properly. So this means that in our attack types, but you know, there is an additional layer on top of combat, because you see what he's doing here. He's not just creating a category. He's not just associating to a specific weapon if needed, like these ones. He's not just telling you which are the weapon types that you can use with that, but he's also telling you again if he's one-handed or not. And this, for example, is a big duplication with our two-handed flag that we have in this, right? Because here we can have right hand, left hand, or both hands, and if it's both hands, means that is a double-handed weapon. And here there is a kind of a duplication of that. Sorry, I lost it. No. Okay, it's here. And for whatever reason, is also specifying an additional stat that you are going to use with this. So let's say that for the claymore you use the sword skill. This one is telling you that for this particular two-handed you are using the stat number 50, and the stat number 50 is actually strength, right? So you may have a bonus on doing that particular attack if you have a strength that is higher. So I think is nice, but is very complex to manage as it is now. It's very complex to manage because, well, let's say the good news is that all our items are already categorized properly. So it means that the database is already aware of this and is already using this. The only problem is when you want to add a new special attack, right? If you want to add a new special attack, you will have to be sure that your attack types, that your special attack is referring to one of the attack types. Now, it's also true that maybe you are just going to reuse one that exists already. So you're just going to use, again, a two-handed, single-handed, or whatever. But like two-handed, why is two-handed pointing only to 5 and 10? Is it really true that only the weapon types 5 and 10, so the Warhammer and the Claymore, are the only two that are really two-handed? So we don't have any axe that is two-handed in the game? I don't believe that. Maybe yes, but because it's a bit of a duplication of I think it's both hands or something like that. Yeah, both hands. These are basically all the items that are forcing you to use both hands to equip them. And we have a Morning Star, War Club, Magic Wand, whatever, Pole Axe. For example, we have a Pole Axe, okay? We have a Pole Axe which is two-handed, or a War Pick which is two-handed, or a War Flanged Mace which is two-handed. So all these ones are actually two-handed, but yeah, there are a number of items that are two-handed. So basically what I'm saying is that the system is okay as long as you keep the database consistent. So that otherwise what will happen is that you will have a two-handed special attack. The player will try to use it on a weapon and it will not work. He will tell you, sorry, you cannot use it with this weapon. And he will go like, what the fuck? It is a two-handed weapon. Why is it not working, right? But then maybe the player is telling us that, and so we are just going then into the database and fixing that particular weapon to be valid, right? So I think we can keep it. I was just trying to understand it, right? I was just trying to understand it. I think it's a nice, fine tuning, but it's adding a lot of complexity. So you need to keep skill, armor weapon, category, item type, and flags, because here I didn't put flags, but actually flags, are there. And flags, for example, are telling us, again, on the Claymore, are telling us, sorry, the value slots are telling us that this one is a two-handed weapon, right? So if you make the mistake to create a special attack pointing to Claymore, which is one-handed, it will not work because is not working with this, right? So I don't know. For now, I think we can leave it. I think it's not too bad. It's an expansion. I think it's an expansion. So I was thinking it was just a duplication, but it's not a duplication. It's actually an expansion. So it allows you to fine-tune which weapons. And I think the ladle example I did before is a good one, because this one can still be used, as a weapon if you want, even if it's not a weapon, but you could use it. And our combat system may allow you to use it. But thanks to this one, and only thanks to this, you will not allow a special attack with it. Which I think it makes sense, right? So if you have the slam the ground, you know, with your hammer, even if that one is considered a hammer from the rules point of view, it will not be possible to do a smash the ground, a special attack with it. So I think it makes sense. I mean, if we want to keep this in sync, I think it's very nice. I mean, I think is a good way, but we need to keep all of that in sync. So my strong suggestion will be to change these two tables to have two names, or we can even leave the name, but we need to be sure that we always consider them together. Okay, so the attack types, the attacks, and the weapon types, they are exactly the same functionality, so they are grouped all together. So maybe we can just rename them and put them all under the same group. So what I was thinking is, if we rename this to, the problem is that if I rename that to skills abilities, is a fairly long name, because it will become like skills abilities weapon types, skills abilities attacks, skills abilities attack types. But at least they will all be grouped and we will remember forever that they are the same thing, right? And also we will not use them for something else, because I don't think that using them for something else is a great idea. I mean, as long as we remember that these three tables are together, I think we are good. So we have attacks, we have attack types, and we have weapon types. These ones are used only for this functionality. These three tables. They are not used for anything else. So we should be sure that we keep them in sync. Okay, having understood that, which I think is a good point anyway. Having understood that, sorry, I was just checking someone messaging me. Having understood that, so I think we reviewed this one fairly deeply, so I think I have a good understanding of this. The code, I think I have a fairly good understanding of how it works. Is basically, the code is made of the PS attack class and the queue, because there is a queue of attacks. So it's basically PS attack and PS attack queue. So these are the two main classes, right? So it's PS attack and PS attack queue. So these are the two main points where we do the thing. Obviously there is combat manager, which is the one that is orchestrating, let's say, the whole thing. And let me see if there is something else. User manager attack, combat man. Well, user manager is just the beginning where the player says I want to attack someone. Then combat manager, then PS attack, then all the mat scripts, then PS attack again, and combat manager again. So I think that this is pretty much the way it works today. which is then specialized by melee, range, spell, or default. Okay. Okay, which I think is fine. So I think this one I understand it fairly well. I don't think I need to go really and split the bits one by one. I think we can say that this one we understand it, right? And so this one we understand it. We have seen the UI. So another thing that we did, we have reviewed the UI. And I think this one now we understand it as well. So the abilities that you have in the UI basically are basically is a list based on the item you have equipped, okay? Which I think is a bit shit, to tell you the truth. So this one I think we need to change. So it should not be based on the item you have equipped. It should be the full list of abilities that you have available. I don't know exactly how it works for quest. You know, because there are some abilities that are triggered by or quest prerequisite. No, wait. Let me do one more thing, because in reality we have another thing, which is to understand, because the code is divided in two pieces. So is the code execution, which is this one, and then is the code for prerequisites. And the code for prerequisite is a bit obscure to me at the moment, because I know that the prerequisite can be a skill. That is the prerequisite, right? The prerequisite can be a skill. Wow, the prerequisite can even be an active magic. Wow. So basically you are activating a spell and then you are doing a special attack. I mean, why? I mean, why you cannot just cast the spell and do what you have to do? No idea. But anyway, but you see there are some that are, for example, available to certain races. Now, I think it will be very interesting to understand if the code is preloading all of this, or if when the actual attack is executed, is checking the prerequisite. Because, for example, the one about the race, I mean, you can just preload it when the character is created, right? It's not that you are going to change your race. Well, actually, you can morph yourself into another character, into another creature. So if you morph yourself into another creature, then this prerequisite will become true or false on the fly. So this is probably why we are checking it on the fly. Okay, I think it could make sense. I think it may make sense. So basically, I think that we are checking this requirement on the fly. So every time, you know, every time that we display, every time that I call this window, right? is checking if I have the right prerequisite. For example, in this case, I don't have anything in my hands, and so the prerequisite is not met. If I call it again, it would be nice to have a refresh button or something, but if I now have a shield, now the prerequisite is met, and I have all these ones available, right? So I think that the prerequisite, I think the prerequisite is nice. I think it's very good. I don't know who added this, not me, but I think it's a very nice idea. I think it's a very nice idea. So let me just check where these requirements is. So it should be inside attacks. Should be inside attacks, but I mean, what is that? Let me do a, I think it's in cache manager. I think it's in cache manager, right? I think it's in cache manager. When we are preloading all, we are preloading the attack types, we are preloading the weapon types, and here we should load also the requirements. Attack types. There should be a preload attacks. Yes. And preload attacks should load an attack. Okay, fuck, if I click on this, it will take 1 hour to go. I think I can just click here on PS attack load. So if you go into PS attack load, right, I think we have a prerequisite. So type requirement, here it is. PS prerequisite attack type. Okay, so this type requirement is no, why is type type can manage to get attack type by ID. No, not this one. No, not this one. This one. Yes, load prerequisite XML. Exactly. Where is putting it into? Is putting it into requirements, right? These requirements, I guess, is a member of this class. Yes, quest prerequisite op. He's using quest prerequisite op, which I think is okay. All non-weapon based attack requirements. Interesting. All attack type based requirements. Interesting. Okay, so basically these requirements, these requirements is the one you see there is a can attack. Yes, exactly. So when we are trying to issue that attack, we are checking the requirements. I think it's a good idea that we do it on the fly, because the character may be changing his equipment or whatever. So I think it's good that we do it on the fly every time. So PS attack can attack is the one that is checking the requirements. This. So this one is checking the requirements when I do the single attack, but I think there is another part of the code which is probably doing the check when I open the window, right? Because when I issue show window attacks, is it the same as slash attacks or something like that? No. No. So it's only through show window. Finding it through show window is a bit more complex, but I think it should be anyway inside of this, huh? I think it should be check requirements. No, check requirement is fine, but it's probably not here. It's probably not here. It's probably not here. It's not very easy to find where the hell it is, but it should be when we are displaying the window. So it should actually be under user commands. So it should be under user manager, user commands, and it should be something. Let me see if I find attacks. Handle queue attacks, yes, but also no. No. I'm searching. I'm searching the window. No, so it's not slash show, is slash window actually. Slash window doesn't exist. What do you mean? Okay. Is client side? Is client side. Fuck it. Is client side. Slash window is client side. Let's go 1 second in the old code, because I need to understand where the window is doing the check. I think there is probably one single call. But I think is on the client side. Slash window command users slash window show handle window name. Show window name. Yeah, I understand, but this is not helping me at all. This is not helping me shit. Okay, it is just doing the thing, but so I think then it is inside the actual window. So probably when the windows open up, the first thing that it does is asking to the server the data. I think this is the way it works. So there should be a PS attack. There is an attack list. Yes, I think it's this one. Okay. Attack book window. Okay. Attack book. Blah, 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 blah. Handle message. Okay. So the message that we are searching for. Handle message. Message type attack book is this one. There is the message that we are searching for. PS attack book message is this one. Is this one. Okay, so I think we will find it now. This is when we receive the result, but I want to see when the server is sending me the stuff. It's not here, it's not here. Yeah, it's kind of here, but I want the point where we are creating this message. It should be there. It should be somewhere server side when we are creating this message based on the request that we get from the window to display all the attacks. The problem is that the code is so big that it's hard for me to know where things are, and so I'm just searching them. Okay, here it is. It's inside Combat Manager, actually. Okay. It's inside Combat Manager send attack list. Okay, that's very nice. I think we should have it also in Unreal. Okay. This has been commented out, but yes, we have it and we don't. So it was there, but this part was not ported yet. Okay, which I think is good, but and send attack queue the same. So these two functions have not been ported. Okay. So going back to our thing, we need to say, we can say that the code that we need is inside Combat Manager send attack list. So this one is doing the check, and this one is populating the window. Okay. So so code for checking prerequisites is this one, and now it's important that we list it here, because then it will be easier for me when I do the changes to actually go back. And so code for code to send, I think it's better to send than for sending, to send in English, I mean, to send attacks list, right, is this one, to client. Okay, so I can delete this piece. Okay, so these two I think we found. Now let me analyze this one, because this one I understand fairly well. I want to understand how this happens, because if this is really happening all in real time, is a bit annoying. But let me see. PS array attacks get all attacks. Yes, it is doing it. It is doing it on the fly all the time, every time you open the window. Oh my god, yeah. So every time you open the window, the server is scanning all the possible attacks in the database, and is doing the prerequisite check on each of them, and then it's sending you the list. That's pretty heavy, I would say. But, you know, I think it allows you to be sure that the list is always okay. Because, for example, if you are morphing yourself into another race, or if you are dropping your weapon, or if you are disarmed, you will not be able to see that attack. Okay, I think I understand very well. So now the question is, so I think I understand this very well, so I think it's fine. This one I understand it, this one I understand it. This is basically real time on all the attacks, doing the prerequisite check all the time. So this is doing the prerequisite check always. And no, I don't know if I want to type it here or not, but let's say checks prereqs all the time. Right? So it's basically checking again, basically calling the function above. It's calling this one, right? It's calling can attack on all the possible attacks. All the possible attacks. So if we have 1,000 attacks, it will scan 1,000 attacks. Which, okay, is a bit, but it's only when you open that thingy, right? Okay, now the question is, do we want that window or not? Do we want this window to exist? Because in our new world, you know, in our new world, in reality, the abilities are not listed there. The abilities are listed under are listed in the skill window, right? So when you open your skills, you will see at the different ranks the different abilities, and you can drag. I will show you. I will show you in a second. Oh, I'm getting sleepy. What time is it? Wow, it's 1:34. Oh my god, it's late. But it's Friday, so who cares? And by the way, next week I'm in holidays. Haha, Christmas. Ha ha ha. Easy Christmas. Easy Christmas. Okay, so if I take our guy Melare. Okay, so this is the skill window. And we also have the music in the background. Wow. So it's time to go to bed when there is the music, huh? So you have here all your skills, right? And for combat, for example, okay, for combat, you have at this level, which at the moment I'm at 0, so unfortunately I don't have it. Mace and hammer. Mace and medium armor. Let me see if I give myself set skill medium armor 200. Yes. Okay, you see that now it lights up, okay? So now it lights up. So we see that at this particular skill, now I don't know why there is no number, because there should be a number. I don't know why there is no number. Probably because I did it on the fly. But there should be a number. So let's say that it says 50. Okay, here is 50. And he's telling you at rank 50, you will gain this ability. Okay? Which is comfy medium armor. Or at rank 20, maybe this one is better, you know? Assassin weapon. So I go assassin weapon 200, right? So this one now is available, and so I have a critical strike. So critical strike is an ability. You can assassinate a plant without her noticing, you know? It's a very good one. So the question is, should we have it here, right? So that, just to make it just to show you the thing, so that we have, this will never fit. Fuck. This will never fit. So that we have, you know, this symbol. Okay, now is not the right symbol, but just to show you what I mean. That you have this symbol here. Okay. and you just drag it from here to your quick bar, right? And so you have all your skills here. Or we want this window. So is this enough, you know? Is this enough to copy paste all the stuff, you know? That's a good question. Is this enough? I don't like the fact that it's fucked up. Meanwhile, you think I'm doing this fix, this very, very important fix. Meanwhile, you are thinking. Are you thinking or not? Because you need to think, eh? Are you thinking or not thinking? It will not be perfect, unfortunately. It will not be perfect, but, you know, better than nothing. No, I'm thinking myself as well, but what I think is that this window may be enough, you know, without the other one. So, because the difference between, the difference between this window and this window is that, what is the difference? Well, here we have the type. We have this type thing, which I don't know if we really need this type. So it's saying type shield mastery. I mean, who cares about the type? I don't know. The type is not very useful. Okay. This one is needed because it's the one that you drag on your quick buy. This one may be needed because it's the one that allows you to cast it immediately. But I don't think that you are gonna open a window to cast an ability in combat. I mean, I think that or you have it on the quick bar or you have it on the quick bar, because opening a window to cast it sounds pretty stupid to me. But you know, if you want, I can have that you can double click this one to cast it, right? You click it twice and it will try to cast it. Let's say the only advantage of this window, in addition, I am saying in addition to this, so it's not one or the other. This one will stay anyway, okay? So this one will exist anyway. But we may add on top this one, because this one, the good thing is that it lists all the ones that you have in a single list. But you know, the problem of this window is that because it's not linked to a skill, it doesn't know which one to list that you don't know. Well, that you cannot use at the moment. So for example, if there is one with a shield, but you don't have a shield equipped, it cannot really list it here as not available, because it doesn't know how far you are from having it, right? There is a big issue. And I think we have the same issue anyway here, because all the ones that are after, so all the ones that you don't have, for example, this one you don't have, okay, because your level is 0, so you don't have it, right? So this one will not be listed. So I think I'm more in favor, you know, of having the icons here, allowing drag and drop of the icon from here to the quick buy. But you know what is the big issue? The big issue are the ones that are not skill based. Because these ones are skill based, you know, under combat, under magic, under jobs, under stats. So this one will all be here. But we have some which are not this way. We have some which are based on quests. So for example, we have an ability which is called set to charge, right? Which is the first thing the soldier is taught is performing a frontal charge against the enemy. This attack requires preparation but gives an higher attack bonus for some time, right? This one is given to you by Ilbar at the beginning in the tutorial, and this one is not related to any skill. It's just related if you completed this quest, right? So in this case, we don't have a way to show it here. Unless we add another tab and we call it additional abilities or something like that. Or we put it under various. Maybe under various. I don't know. Because the benefit of this window is that you can list the ones that are inside the quest. There is a kind of a hard question, boys. It's a hard question. I don't know if I have an answer to that. Because to me it will be much easier to have everything in the list like this. Even if there are 300, you know, I think it would be nice to have an icon for each and to so when you are here you are saying, oh, I have this one I can use, I have this one I can use. Then you go under jobs, you have this one I can use. Then you go under stats, you have this one, you have this one, you have this one. So and you see them here and you drag them and you use them. But for the quests, I really have no idea. The only possibility will be to add a new tab here, which is additional abilities. So that we basically categorize. So one thing that we can do because I think this categorization is already kind of available, because if you remember in the code what he was saying attack prerequisites and non-attack prerequisites, right? He was saying can attack type requirement and requirement, but type requirement, what is it? Load prerequisite is under this. Type requirement is under type. Get attack type by IT. Get attack type by ID. But get attack type by ID is this. So the prerequisite that we are loading, what is it? It's not an XML for sure. Can I see the implementation of this? PS prerec op under bulk object. PS under bulk object. PS require op. When we do the creation, what? Ah, I understand. So he's only doing the, okay, so he's only checking. Okay, it's a bit of a mess, but I understand. It's just he's checking the quest operation and the attack operation. Okay, so what is no? So the split is not what I was thinking. So the split is just this requirement is one set, and this prerequisite at the end, this one is another set, right? But unfortunately, these two sets are not really it's a bit of a mess. I mean, I understand why it was a problem to show that UI, because I don't know, sometimes I think we are trying to do things too complex. I mean, really. I mean, I don't know why we added these 100 possibilities. It's really too much, you know. Yes, we have the possibility to have any kind of possible requirement, but this basically makes the display of this thing impossible. Absolutely impossible. So the problem is that is that today white is not a very good color. The possible prerequisites that we have today are again with the white, no? What? The possible prerequisites are so the first prerequisite is a specific weapon ID. So a specific weapon ID in hand, okay? So one ID, so one weapon is a possibility. The second prerequisite is a weapon type or weapon category, okay? So weapon category, weapon type, which is a kind of a category of weapons in hand. Okay, so you need to have one weapon of that category in hand. One weapon of weapon type category in hand. Okay. There's another possibility. There's another possible check. Then we have a stat, right? So that I don't know what is this one end, by the way. Attack designed for a one-hand weapon or two-handed. But this one hand, is this one hand ever used or a one hand? Is this one hand ever used? Doesn't look like. Strange though. No, I'm not looking in the right place. Is in cache manager. Is in cache manager. One hand. Okay, one hand is actually loaded. Now, loaded or used are kind of two different things. Because a related stat seems to be used actually. But one hand, for example, is not used. But so in the can attack, we said can attack, right? In can attack is doing the check of the different requirements. So type requirement. Type wait. Quest It is checking a weapon type. It is checking the specific weapon. It is checking the specific weapon. Hello, Warners. Hi. How are you? Check weapon type. Okay. I don't think this one hand is ever used. At least this is my feeling. Because if he was somewhere, it should be here, right? And you see that he's not here. He's not here. While related stat or skill is there. So I don't know how it's used though, because I think it's just passed. I think it's just passed to the. It's just passed to the script. Doing a custom build system. Super accepted. I cannot watch stream too much. After many hours stream, I realize I have a flame. What do you mean a flame? Like you cannot watch too much the PC? Like your eyes? You have an issue with your eyes? So related stat. So okay. So let's say that this is the first check. Then the second check is the one that we do inside attacks, right? And this one actually is a check that is basically any quest prerequisite. Wish to do nothing. Ah, you mean laziness. You mean being a lazy boy. Well, being a lazy boy is a problem, yes. It's like watching TV, you know? That you are, yeah, I understand. That you watch and you don't do. Well, sometimes people are just keeping the stream open and doing other stuff, and sometimes they look what I'm doing, you know? So it's not that they are super actively looking at what I'm doing. They're just doing their stuff, and meanwhile, they are just looking at what I'm, you know, sometimes they just pay attention. When something happens, when I scream, when I... so the other prerequisite is quest prerequisites, right? The problem of quest prerequisites is that it's basically any possible prereq in quest, right? So that is a problem, because this means that, you know, we can load here, yes, we can load here stuff like restricting to a specific race, restricting it to a specific variable, restricting to go to a specific quest. I mean, we need to speak about this column, but to me, we should remove it. I think is insane. I think to me this thing makes no sense. Makes no sense. Because you know what it means? It means that basically you will never know. You will never know at a certain point in the game which kind of skills the players have. So the players may reach a certain point of the game and they did not complete a quest, or they did not have a certain value of strength or whatever, and they don't have that skill. So I would like to kill this if possible, but I need to speak with David and the other guys, because the column attacks dot requirements, which is basically allowing any kind of possible prerequisites to an attack, to a special attack. This means we have no easy way to know when a player has will have a certain ability Good night, Hula. I think I'm going as well. It's 2 a.m. now, and even if tomorrow is holiday, but I think it's late. But I think we did a good progress overall. This one, I think I would like to kill him, because this one is a freaking mess. Let me do Because, you know, the problem is that this way the player can follow well his abilities. In this other way, I mean, everything is valid, you know. At any point in time, if we change the name of a quest, or if we, you know, or if we change the sequence of a quest, all of this will go to shit. I think one middle ground, just taking some notes. I think one middle ground, you know what can be? One middle ground will be to have a new tab up here, and this new tab will be called the special abilities. But those special abilities should really be special, you know, so something that doesn't make, I mean, it's not a prerequisite to anything, because we know that they may happen or they may not happen. So a middle ground, I think I'm writing down that the middle ground could be to add a new tab under skills, which has all the special ones which we need that we need to flag explicitly in the database, and so we check only those ones when opening that window. Yes, so something like that. So if we, because you know what is my problem at the moment is that if I have a list of potential abilities that the player may get at any time based on any requirements or whatever, it means that every time we open this freaking window we need to do the check, or every time this thing happens we need to add it to the list of existing abilities. And this is extremely problematic for performances, because it's what we do today, you know. Today, whenever the player opens up this freaking ability window, right, we do a scan on all the possible abilities in the game, which at the moment are not that many because we just started, and are like, I don't know, 100 or whatever, this list. Okay, so 70. So we do a check on 70 of them, and we check all the prerequisites, all the XML script prerequisites, okay, which are pre-parsed and so they are not that slow, but plus all the hard prerequisites which are under attack types here, and then we present the list. Now imagine if we have 500 of those, and imagine if we have 500 players opening that freaking list, you know? So it seems to me that it's very under optimized, and the benefit of having this anything to anything kind of relationship, I don't know. At least, you know, the middle ground could be that we select a subset. I don't know what is this subset, 10, 20, which are specific skills that you can learn only in very specific quests. I don't know, for example, so those should be related to very specific quests. Like for example, if you reach the ultimate temple of a god, you know, and in that temple of a god you get blessed by a power, you know, and then that power you will keep it for you forever because you have been blessed. A special ability in the separate list. I think we can still do it. I'm just thinking, you know, what is the benefit of having such a possibility, which is super cool, but when we are missing the basics of the game, you know? You want to show me what? You want to show me the build system? Okay, that is to begin to have collision box for buildable set before using them. When you build, you only have to turn on collision and add next collision box to the extension. Yeah. You are doing a building system? Okay. You know that there is a very, very nice plugin that is already made and does exactly what you want. And by the way, that plugin was even free on the marketplace. Which is this one. I don't know if you played Rust, the game Rust. Play Rust. Is identical. Where do I have it? When you need it, the Epic Launcher is never here. When you don't need it, it's always popping up. It is beautiful. That plugin is beautiful. In fact, I will put it in my game in the future. Not now because it's a bit of a mess, but because I mean I have more fundamental things to do. But is a beautiful plugin. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is? I don't know if it's still free. I don't think so, but it was free for the month, for some months. Build system. No, player build system. This one. Player build system showcase video. I can send you the link. This is the link, but I can show you on screen, okay? There is the link Erinos. And basically you have a radial menu. You have a radial menu like the one of Rust, exactly identical. And you can build foundations, windows, doors, stairs, walls, pillars, you know, and you just build. And you just build, and he also is already, I mean, is capable of considering the connection between the different pieces. Okay, so that he knows how to snap, you know, things around. So, and you can be, you see, you even have props. And now that he added the window, I don't know if you have seen it, but when you add the window, you see that the window is actually an interactable object. And so if you click on E, you will be able to open and close the window. And the same for the door. Now you will see that he goes to the door and he has the door, and now he can open the door. He can open and close the door, right? So, and it does a lot of stuff like that. So basically, this is it also has the upgrade options, so that exactly like in Rust, so you can upgrade. You see, upgrade, you upgrade to stone, and I don't know, and then you can build whatever you want. And it's multiplayer, so it's working with 2 people, right? Now, and also has a destruction system. So when you destroy a foundation that is problematic for the stability of the house, the pieces of the house that are on top of it are like getting destroyed. So you can get this easy for I mean, I have it for free. I don't know in your case, but you can, I don't think it's costing too much. Player build system. So I think it's so it's already done, right? So if you, I mean, if you have your own, maybe your own is like, you know, something that you like doing, but I'm just saying that if you want to do that, I think to see the price, I need to log off. Is the only way. Sign out. Is $19, $20. For $20, you have it. If you are doing something like this, this will be the best $20 you ever spent in your life. Because it's really nothing. I mean, this system, I think, should cost $200, not $20 minimum. Will not buy for sure. Why? I mean, if you are doing this, this is done already. The only problem, I think, is all done in blueprints. And the fact is all done in blueprints is not very good idea, unfortunately. You know. I don't know. I think it's a lot of work. You have a nice radial menu. You have all the upgrade possibility. Is already multiplayer enabled, so everything is already replicated. I don't think it's easy to build. I don't think it's very easy. Huh? I mean, it requires time. I mean, it's not complex, but then all the snapping, to do the snapping the proper way, vertical snapping, horizontal snapping, windows inside the window frame, door inside the door frame, stairs. This guy, I think this guy spent quite some time to do that. The UI take 10 minutes. Okay. Good luck with your 10 minutes doing that. Good luck. Good luck taking 10 minutes to do that. Okay, so I think I need to discuss with the team this one, because this is really a problem of prerequisites that can basically go in any direction. It is kind of tough because at the moment the reason why we cannot load this window properly all the time is because the game doesn't know how to do the filter, right? Um, all possible. So today, basically, we need to scan all possible special attacks abilities when you open the attacks window to determine if you can use them or not. So it's basically scanning the wall list all the time. And also it cannot list the ones in gray, because otherwise it will basically spoil the whole game, you know. So it doesn't know if there is any which is like a spoiler. So it doesn't know how to filter the list. So this is the problem that we have. This is the problem that we have today. I mean, the graphic assets, Warnest, I give you a big warning of buying graphic assets on the marketplace, because if you have seen my previous streams, I spent weeks making those assets actually reasonable for gameplay, because the majority of those assets have impossible poly count, impossible textures materials with like 20 shaders or 20 layers each, 8K textures with like 4K normal maps, and I mean, impossible to use. Many of them have artifacts inside the geometry. So now you can use them as a base, you know, but if you are thinking to buy some graphic assets and use them right away, maybe you can do it with a single player game, you know, like you don't care about performance, but they are very hard to make. But anyway, if you have your build system and you want to show me, I will watch it, no problem. Okay, I think it's very late now, boys, so I'm gonna go. I think we made good progress in terms of understanding what we need to do. So we did this review. We did the review of the prerequisite as well. So I think we understand this much better now. Let's say that we have designed some. So this one is partial. So we wrote a list of all the possible abilities that we are expecting to have, and we also did a bit of this, right? But still we have some to go, you know, before finishing this. Okay, so with that, thank you for being here. And oh, by the way, we reached 35 Patreons, which is very, very nice. We reached it, I think today. New person, which by the way is a player coming back from a long time ago, I guess, and he's a Macintosh and Apple user. Just subscribed today, so we are now 35 Patreons. So I think I will leave the goal at 35 for a few days, but then I think we can boost it again. And so let me change the title there, which is 35 out of 35. So pretty happy about that. And so maybe the next goal will be 40, right? And maybe we will be able to reach 40 Patreons, which is insane. So thank you to everyone that is helping, everyone that is following the stream, that is following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Thank you, boys. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.